What up? We're back to Redlock. We're done with Neo. Good game. Recommend. My camera's probably in the wrong position. Let me double check my sources just to make sure, because I did mess with my camera a little. Source. Make it and chat. We can turn back on. Now we're back to normal. Yeah, today I wanted to, it'll be a short day because I just got done finishing Neo 3. We're going to continue with some of the hazards and talk about a checkpoint that I want to add. And I might just quickly throw in a barely working checkpoint right. It does not need to have its like final quality feel to it, but we just need to, achieve the effect of it. Put it that way. Okay, so some basic things that I started with. I placed down a couple of hazards. We do not have these working from a visual standpoint yet, of course. But I have some hazards here and a little bit of an introduction to them. Nothing too crazy. We're not looking to make like a proper tutorial just yet. But we have them working. With the restoration station for ablative here, so you can see that. Totally functional. And then as you progress, I added some more, so we're just going to focus on like the mineral radiation right now. We have some placed around here. We're using our shared ID system, which is working very well. Might I toot my own horn? And I'm gonna say like the glowing crystals are the ones that have radiation for now, just because it's easy. So avoid the glowing ones. And then we'll have to just go through and make sure that all the ones that are glowing are the ones that we probably want to have look like that. And the intention is that like at the start of all these checkpoints that you see here are where we will be placing the restoration stations. So we will also have to put building components around the level in like different locations. I think some along the main path, but also some in optional areas so that you can build additional restoration stations as you progress through the facility. It's gonna be weird. It's gonna feel like a bit of an old school platformer where you don't just have like, it's not going to be a modern parkour platformer. We're definitely not trying to be that. And I think a lot of those parkour platformers are they're all about like speed and looking super smooth. And they don't really have a whole lot of optional content to engage with. I'd like to go, like I said, the old school route where we do have that optional content. We slow down the pacing a bit more. We kind of emphasize exploration and really just lean into the immersiveness and the story quite heavily. And I think that's what we're going to try to be, in my opinion. So I can tell you that the checkpoint I'd like to put in, I'd probably like to skip the lava flow. I don't know how we could achieve it. Or not checkpoint, the shortcut. Rotating this could be interesting. Or maybe you can do something to bump it, and therefore you can then jump from here to here to here. And that would skip primarily... It would skip the lava flow to here and around and then to here and then jumping on this again and getting up to here. So that would be a pretty significant time save, but we want it to be one of those things where it's not a time skip, it is a shortcut. So it's not something that speedrunners might do. Because, you know, speedrunners don't make mistakes. Simple as that. So I think we could maybe have like an optional section over here that would allow you to maybe fire like a one-shot rock or something that would bump into this and rotate it. I think that could be done. And then we could do like a little pop-up for shortcut unlocked. I don't know if we can hook into our current notification system. How am I even firing that? Well, I'm just creating like a little pop-up widget. Yeah, my thinking is I need to see how much time this actually saves if we were to do it. So let me just platform real quick, and we'll see how much time it takes to get to the point where we would be implementing it. Roughly speaking. I won't do the time skip. We'll just do the regular experience. Feels weird to be back on mouse and keyboard after a hard week of Neo 3. I should fix the clipping on that one too. Kind of annoying. That one is not very nice, is it? Okay. Are these gonna spawn again? Two minutes for sure, maybe like 2.5 is what we're looking at, maybe 3. Definitely 2.5. It depends on when that platform respawns again. Okay, so this shortcut would save about 3 minutes, and of course it would be a lot safer than having to do this again. You wouldn't have to repeat the lava flow. Or this jump, which I think some people will definitely fail at a few times. I made it so tiny. I mean, people should fail. People absolutely should fail. The question is how much. All right, we're looking at a 3-minute save. That's pretty good. So we will have something that you can platform to... It should be pretty visible too, so we'll put it like somewhere here. Something you can interact with that will then push this and get it aligned like this, is the hope. Well, like you already have checkpoints, right? And the checkpoints, I believe, are the default experience. Let me double check that because they should be. So they're currently in game. And yeah, checkpoints are on by default. But what you're looking for is shortcuts, not checkpoints. Because we have checkpoints already. What up, Buster D? Regular message Discord? Yeah, I will answer that after the stream. But yeah, we'll have to talk about character and everything related to ALS and how we feel about it. Yeah, we're making good progress. We don't really have any big pain points at the moment. It's mostly a technically challenging game, not really a challenging game from a design standpoint necessarily. Let's make like a spline triggerer interactable. I think people will be playing with checkpoints. 100%. I mean, it's such a longer game compared to games like Only Up. I don't see any harm in adding it as an option. There'll be some people that bitch about, oh, you have options because me. This were Elden Ring or something, you wouldn't have options like this. Most people can shut the fuck up. You don't like it, turn it off. Okay, we're working in data layer 2. I already have something like this, but I'm going to expand upon it and make it a little bit more robust. Another elevator trigger. Wheelchair ramps. I mean, I get it. I get the complaint here. I do. But I'm keeping them on by default. I want the game to be challenging. I want it to be punishing. But there is a limit to that. There's absolutely a limit. Yeah, and you don't have to use them. And it's just like, okay, you don't like them. Just turn off this. Just turn this off. Who cares? Yeah, play the hardcore game mode. Oh, I didn't make one. But we will have one. That's super hardcore. Right now we have casual, which turns on certain things and makes the game easier. Like, there's nothing wrong with playing the game like this and beating it like this. The point is that you enjoy the game, not that you feel like you need to enjoy it by playing the hardest difficulty. No, I'm keeping them on by default because that's how I would want to play the game. Now, I might not want something as easy to do as, I don't know, having the emergency station elevate airlocks already enabled, right? Because to me, I like the idea of having optional platforming areas that are a bit more challenging, and then I unlock something that makes the game easier in case I do fall. Like, that's nice. That's a trade-off. That's a risk versus reward. And the reward is that if I do fall in the future, one of these airlocks might save me, and therefore I don't have to lose as much progress. That's great. I don't want that on by default where they're already enabled, but I do want the feature enabled. Okay, instead of running restart platform movement, we need to do a switch here based on some enum. I don't know what I called it, but there's some enum. Moving platform, probably event. Yes. Yes. What is the start? It's not restart. I think it's resume. No, it's not. I don't know what it is then. Where's my moving spline? I read a Twitter article from a developer of Highguard that is getting quite a lot of roasting, I'm being honest. I don't think some of what he said was incorrect. It is resume. Oh, there it is. But I think I'm starting to see where the issues lie. Hey, Mercenary Mage, thanks for the raid.
Mercenary Mage raided my stream with 11 viewers.
How you doing, guys? Thank you for the raid. And if you have to run because you're tired or you gotta eat, have a nice one, man. What were you guys up to today? We're just talking about Highguard. Just like everybody else, right? There was an article on Twitter that I read from a developer with it. Let me see if I can find it. It wasn't very long. Here it is. Of course, it's right at the top of my timeline. You guys can read it while I'm blueprinting. You know what, I'll move it to the other side. Destroy. Do I have a destroy function here? Or does destroy just run restart again? Oh, we got to do the invalidate destroy moving actor. And that's for both the restart and the destroy. We need to clear and invalidate. Okay, we can do that. Yeah, I mean, the weird part is, like, everyone I knew had I'm reading this for people who aren't watching. I knew, everyone I knew who had any connection to the team or project had the same sentiments. This is lightning in a bottle. I trust this team wholeheartedly. If there's one project nobody in the industry is worried will fail, it's yours. This has mainstream hit written all over it. There's no way this will flop. I could play this game all day. The internal pre-reveal feedback, even from unbiased sources, was quite positive, and where it was negative, it was constructive and often actionable. People who played the game, including us, had a blast. And since we were an independent, self-published studio built with royalties in mind, many of us were hoping this could finally be the thing that broke the millennial financial curse. There's a lot, an awful lot to unpack with that, in my opinion. Well, okay, so Paxian and I were talking about it yesterday when we were playing Neo 3. I disagree with people saying that a Shadow Drop would have had worse results for this game. My hot take is I think a Shadow Drop would have been better for the game, and it would have been better if it hadn't been shown at the Game Awards. I'm not saying the game would have survived. However, you would have been able to avoid two major problems. Number one, the trailer was really poorly made, and the reaction to that trailer was not great. And that immediately, along with the number of people watching the Game Awards, and the fact that it showed up at the end of it, and Jeff was hyping it like crazy, meant that unless this was Bloodborne 2 or Knack 4, there's no way anybody would have been happy with what was shown. If they had shadow dropped the game, maybe the game is mid. But mid, let's say like a 50-60% review score on Steam would have been better than it debuting at like 20 to 30% and mostly negative. You would have also been able to avoid the number of people playing it to hate play it, or because let's see how bad it is, in quotes. You would have had more people playing it that would have looked at it and said, okay, this looks like a game I would like. Let me try it. And I think that you would have ended up with a review score that was higher, which would have fed into more people trying it. I think that this was a mistake to show this at the Game Awards. A shadow drop would have been better. And 100,000 concurrent users broke the game to the point that a lot of people's initial review of the game were that they couldn't stay in a match for very long, or they couldn't find a match, or people who couldn't finish the tutorial because of a bug, which also wouldn't have happened if they had done some significant play testing, even like a closed alpha. The game was good, more people would have been retained. I don't disagree with that. But I think that it would have played out very differently had it not been shown at... I don't disagree that initial pre-reveal feedback was positive. I really don't. I can see that. And that it was often actionable, because I'll be honest, I do think the game was review bombed. I think there were a lot of people who went in thinking that they would hate it, didn't give it a fair chance. That doesn't mean it was everybody. Absolutely not. But there was an audience like that. There always would have been an audience like that. But I think it was larger because of this being shown at the Game Awards, which has more viewership than the American Super Bowl. If the mass roast is such an event, much people like to jump on the hate train and don't go in unbiased. I agree. I don't think a lot of people went in unbiased. But here's the thing, like, even now, the Steam, if you filter out the reviews for High Guard, as some people have done, for people who have played over an hour, the review scores are higher. I do not believe that this game would have debuted on a shadow drop with anything less than 45%. If it had shadow dropped, you'd probably have a few thousand people playing it. It would be sitting at like 60 to 70%. It would be mid. It may not have retained as many people. But you would have been able to avoid this mass hate train. That doesn't mean that the gameplay loop is good, but I do believe that Highguard could salvage its gameplay loop. Probably not now, but it could have. This should honestly be in a function. I'm going to move this to a function after we make it. FPS mark. I agree. I agree it's competitive. I'm not saying it would have been perfect or this game would have been the next big thing. I disagree with some of these quotes that they apparently have heard. Let me read on. I'll tell you exactly what I agree with and don't agree with what he's saying. The trailer came out, it was all downhill from there. Content creators love to point out the bias in folks who give positive reviews or previews after being flown out for an event, but ignore the fact that when their negative leaning content gets 10 times the engagement of the positive, they've got just as much incentive to lean into a disingenuous direction, whether consciously or not. This is just true. This is true not just about games, but about all media. It's the reason why all of our news is negative. This is true. The hate started immediately. In addition to the dogpiling on the trailer, I personally came under fire due to my naivete on Twitter, which almost all of my now former coworkers had learned to avoid during the previous game launches. This is an unfortunate reality. It should not be a reality, but it is one, and it is unacceptable. You know, there is a very big difference here, as he mentions. Constructive and actionable feedback. I think Highguard is a game that could be salvaged with the right plan of action, but launching hate campaigns and having to make your Twitter account private, attacking people who might not have had any, any sort of responsibility in the way that the game turned out. It's completely pointless. And I'm sorry, but game devs are already feeling pretty pressured by having to lose their jobs and being in an industry where if you do lose your job, it's very unlikely that you're going to get another one. This, on top of that, is not great. Yeah, it's below the belt. I agree with that. There's much constructive criticism that can be and has been said about Highguard's trailer, marketing, and launch, but I don't think it's my place to commentate on that. I also don't think there's any way to know whether the launch would have been fared better or worse without the massive spotlight that was thrown onto us in response, but we never got that chance. I think that it would have been better. I really think it would have been better. That doesn't mean that the gameplay loop just magically becomes better if they had shadow dropped the game, but absolutely you wouldn't have had hate players. Because people would have looked at it and been like, they would have gone to Highguard's Steam page or seen it as the new releases, and they would have played it without that going in with that bias. And, they might have looked at it and said, oh, it looks kind of generic, so I'm not going to play it. But they played it knowing it was generic, knowing it was probably not for them, just because of the hype that surrounded it after the event. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. And honestly, a lot of the big content creators that went in to try it after they had actually played it just came out with the opinion that it was mid. But mid is better than bad. Try to make your vision come true and then you try to fit it to the mass what you think they want. Sometimes it washes that out. Yeah, and free to play leaves it open to review bombing too. I agree with that. It would have been dead. I really think the worst case scenario for Highguard, if it had been shadow dropped, is it would have just been dead on arrival, but not bad on arrival. Just, this is mid in one of the most competitive markets, and why bother? That's the worst that it could have been. But instead it was just, well, I'll read on. We were turned into a joke from minute one, largely due to false assumptions about $1 million ad placement, this is true, which even prominent journalists soon began to state as fact. Within minutes, it was decided this game was dead on arrival, and creators now had free rage bait content for a month. True. True. Every one of our videos on social media got downvoted to hell. Comment sections were flooded with copy-paste meme phrases such as Concord 2 and Titanfall 3 died for this. We received over 14k review bombs from users with less than an hour of playtime. Many didn't even finish the required tutorial. In fairness, I heard that the tutorial was bugged, and a lot of people couldn't finish the tutorial. And that is very fair criticism. I don't know if that's true though, but I read reviews stating this. In discussions online about Highguard, Concord, 2XKO, I don't know what that is, and such, it is often pointed out by gamers that devs like to blame gamers for their failures, and that's silly, as if gamers have no power, but they do a lot of it. I'm not saying our failure is purely the fault of the gamer culture, and that the game would have thrived without the negative discourse, but it absolutely played a role. I agree with him. This is kind of the unspoken reality, but it's the customer, and the customers do have a power even before the product is launched. That is just true. All products are at the whims of the consumers, and the consumers put absurd amounts of effort into slandering Highguard, and it worked. I think it's because of where it was shown. It was because of where it was shown. They would have had Concord 2 comparisons no matter what, because any game with the art direction of Highguard and characters that don't stand out, unfortunately, it is just part of the discourse right now to meme about Highguard, or about Concord. Gamers who have strong opinions on their games, you mess with them, they will show how they feel, but then again, we're dealing with gamers and feelings. I've been very outspoken about the, let's say, like, there's two far sides of the gamer discourse. There are the people who are saying any game with like a female character or a non-white character is woke, which we know isn't true. But there are legitimate cases where that sort of pandering and that sort of messaging has been there. But it's gone so far in one direction with it that now players will see a game like Highguard, which I really don't think has any sort of that design in its characters, and they'll say the same thing. I don't like these people. It's very reductive. I don't think Highguard 2's art fidelity or direction are particularly bad. They just don't stand out enough to compete in the highly competitive market of hero shooters. Yesterday's PlayStation stream was full of Concord 2 or Concord 3 memes and jokes. Oh boy. I haven't watched that yet. Yeah, it's just mid. It's a game that if it had been shadow dropped, it would have been dead on arrival, but not because it was bad, but because it just didn't compete well enough. Those are my feelings on it. And I don't disagree with some of their vision of how they wanted to make this multi-role hero shooter that stands out from the ones that are just pure PvP. I don't think the gameplay loop is good enough for that. But it could have been tweaked if it hadn't received such massive backlash. Many of Wildlight's former devs will now be forced to assimilate back into the actual corporate industry many gamers accused Wildlight of being a part of. Now every time someone thinks about leaving the golden handcuffs behind in favor of making a new multiplayer game the indie way, they'll say, but remember how gamers didn't even give Wildlight a chance. Soon, if this pattern continues, all that will be left are corporations, at least in the multiplayer space. Innovation is on life support. He's not wrong. Honestly, he's not wrong. But I think that there's an understandable level of defensive-ness and cope that I think if I were in his position writing this, I would probably feel the same way. I don't know who he was on the game. Tech artist and rigger. Even if Highguard had a rocky launch, our independent, self-published, dev-led studio full of passionate people just trying to make a fun game with zero AI and zero corporate oversight deserve better than this. We deserve the bare minimum of not having our downfall be gleefully manifested. I agree, but honestly, being indie, dev-led, full of passion does not mean that you can't make shitty games. As much as I wish it were untrue, I want them to succeed because they are the embodiment of, you know, what I'm trying to create and what I'm trying to do here too. And he's not wrong. Many of them will be forced to assimilate back into the corporate industry because that's where the jobs are. And unfortunately, that's where a lot of the most stable jobs are. Yeah, I mean, this isn't new. You're right, Bless3D. This isn't new. I think if I were ex-Titanfall, ex-Apex, whatever the hell, I wouldn't make a multiplayer hero shooter. Yeah, I really agree with you, Writing Hippos. It's just a crazy competitive market. And what they made wasn't bad. It just wasn't good enough. You're right, Ark did it right. Ark got it right by focusing on something so unique that we haven't seen in the multiplayer space, and then catering it to a more casual audience. And I don't think Highguard did that. Highguard aimed to be the next Apex, to be the next Overwatch. But they just didn't make it good enough because it's so competitive. You know, it's like, was New World a bad game? No, it just wasn't. It wasn't good enough. It's the same kind of competition. But I agree. I'm sorry, but the multiplayer market is extremely toxic. I wouldn't want to make a competitive multiplayer game. I really wouldn't, because I don't want to deal with those kinds of people. I'm sorry. It's a really, really toxic player base, and you have to do everything right to cater to them and to appeal to them. I have no desire to go anywhere near that market. Long go to third person was a huge win for Ark because it bring a lot of fresh wind without being some Fortnite bullshit. That's true too. It was more down to earth as well, and they were very open about like sticking true to their art direction and not making cosmetics that were like, you know, Nicki Minaj and shit like that. A lot of veteran devs with a big previous hit doesn't guarantee success though. No, it doesn't. It just because you're a good game designer, or you can come up with good game design, doesn't mean that all of your game design is going to be good. You can still swing and miss. I've had some really, really good ideas before, and I've had a lot of really shit ideas before. And I put some of those good ideas into commercial games, and I put some of those bad ideas into commercial games. It's hard to know how your game is going to play out until you make it and you get it in front of the audience. Yeah, there's a lot more to making a good game go well than just making a good game. Truth. The truth nuke right there. I wish the best of luck to the few who remain at Wildlight and hope Highguard can stay the course. I still believe in it, and so do the fans we reach to continue to champion it on the subreddit, Discord, Twitch, and social media. Even though this adventure has come to an abrupt and emotionally challenging close, I do not regret 1 second of it. I feel bad for them. I really do. I feel bad for them. I really, really do. The next time somebody comes to me and says, I want to make the next Fortnite or Apex Legends, I'm just going to add this to the list of things I can show them. Like, bro, don't. Don't. Please don't. I need a chat, please hire me. Feel bad for the Concord devs too. I don't think that game was as bad as it made out. Concord could have been salvaged. From what I heard, Concord was a really, really fun game to play. But you're making a hero shooter. I'm gonna show you guys what a hero shooter is, okay? Take a look at the screen. Hero shooter. Your two pillars are in the fucking name. Heroes and shooter. And you have to get both of these right. You can't just get this part right. You'll have to make the next game like Apex. Things I love at the beginning and bringing my own win with it. If I ever made a multiplayer game, I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again, it would just be Fat Princess. It would be Fat Princess for a new generation. And you could play with bots. And it wouldn't be so competitive focused. And probably because of that it would fail. But I do it anyway. Ark, yeah, Ark found a niche, and I think Ark did it really well. And at least to me, what Ark did really well is the Ark themselves. It was the machine learning. The rest of the game is really nothing to write home about. But it's just because they made a multiplayer, almost a bit of like, it has some immersive sim elements. It has more in common with Helldivers. And I honestly, there's a lot of similar things of why Helldivers 2 popped off and why Ark Raiders was so successful. Very, very similar. If you guys didn't know, although I think everybody's heard it by now, they trained the AI in Ark Raiders using machine learning. And then they feed this data back into the AI at runtime, all this training data. So what you end up with, if anybody's played Ark Raiders, you see the Ark moving in ways that is like really weird. You've never played a game with robot animations like Ark Raiders. It looks so unnatural, and yet at the same time, the most natural. It's so perfect because you can get them stuck, you can take out different limbs. It makes sense. You can knock out a hornet with the right hit if it does the right impulse of damage, because the machine learning is trying to correct it based on its physics state, but sometimes it doesn't do that because, you know, physics can just be wonky sometimes. Other times you have to knock out 2 rotors. It's really unpredictable. And because of that, it makes it very very realistic. Yeah, it's extremely realistic looking, and it feels good when you are able to knock out an arc, you know, with like one bullet, with one precisely timed bullet, or knocking it with some, even knocking it with like some item. You can like throw an item at an arc, and if it hits it just right, it might lose its balance and tumble out of the air. It's really cool to see, and that opens up a lot of opportunities for emergent gameplay. You're in a Transformers movie, yeah. It's really, really cool. Yeah, I guess it all comes down to they made an emergent... They made a not a PvP game, but a PvE with PvP element co-op game. Hard to define what Arc Raiders really is. High stakes PvE game. That's entirely based around emergent gameplay. In both the social interactions and the way that you deal with enemies. In a way, Arc Raiders has brought back what modern MMOs fail to create, which is emergent social gameplay. Very interesting case study of a game. And I think Helldivers 2 did this pretty well too. I think Helldivers 2 and Arc Raiders have a lot in common with that. They made the too harsh these days. You are in lobbies where no one shoots. For me, that makes the tension of the first days away. I disagree. It can still happen, but I like the matchmaking because to me, it feels like it rewards you with more of what you were experiencing and wanted to experience. And so for me, wanting to experience cooperative, that doesn't mean that I always get it, but I mostly get it. And I really like working with other people to bring down Arc. And I meet people, we talk in voice chat, something that I rarely ever do in games anyway. When did I last play it? Quite a while ago, not for a long while. Wait, it doesn't show here. November. It's changed a lot lately, for the better or for the worse? Yes. For the better or for the worse? In November, everything was fine? Worse. Oh. I'll have to jump back into it when I get some time. And see what's going on. I'll copy the cube and sphere and we'll just use this for the moving spline trigger too. Just for some consistency right now. I really did enjoy Arc. If you go now, I don't have anyone fighting. Most don't co-op. Are you sure about that? Because they have matchmaking for aggression. If you don't shoot other players, as long as the only people you shoot shot at you first, you should rarely ever come across other people killing each other. And I'm thinking that what you're experiencing, maybe, Blustery, is that you have gotten into the very aggressive lobbies somehow. I need to get the right. We need to know exactly what angle we're aiming for here. And where we need this to line up with. What was funny to me at launch was people saying that it was a PvP game. Because there's almost no tools in the game that really encourage you to do PvP. Quite the opposite. I'll come back if they add a new map or something. I'll come back for that. The new like small objectives, I don't think I'll come back for, but I'll come back for a new map. I've like the last 100 raids, no one shoot me. If I start shooting them to get in more PvP lobbies, I feel bad for them and I come directly into lobbies where everyone shoots, so no surprise in either way. So you went into raids and you purposefully shot people? And you got into raids where everybody shoots you? I mean, that's exactly how it's supposed to work. You did the thing. I want to export this to a mesh. Can I save this as a separate mesh? Convert the selected meshes to a different type of mesh object. Uh-huh. I did it. Okay, that way did it. You know what I'm saying? If they would want it that way, why still make server selection for PvP? PvE for me was the fun that in between, not to know if I can trust or not. Because if you made server selection for PvP, then people would only go into PvP lobbies to PvP. So you'd kind of end up with the exact same thing. Because there ain't nobody who's going to do, hey, join our server where it's PvE mostly, but you don't know if you're going to get shot. Well, I know it's exactly like it is right now. Like, do you want to shoot people, Bless3D? Do you want to shoot them and take their gear? Which the game, by the way, the developers of the game said that that's not the point of the game. You can do it, but it's not the point. And honestly, the rewards are pretty shit if you do that. You can progress a lot faster if you don't PvP. Because if you want to PvP, then you should just do it. But you will get placed in lobbies with other people. You like being shot and defend. Well, so you just go into PvP lobbies then. You know, just kill a few people, you'll get placed in them. You could also do the solo versus squad feature that they have. If you really hate yourself. Does PvP you don't get the feeling of helping someone? I don't know, can't describe better. What you're wanting, it feels like this very specific experience that I don't think can exist because of the way people play these games. The vast majority of players either don't want to PvP at all or only want to PvP. I don't think you're in the majority. Far, far, far from it. Where you want to have PvP sometimes, but I don't know. I think in the early days what we got was we got the lobbies where it was still deciding where people wanted to be, but now the groups have segregated to the point where you're unlikely to be placed in the other group unless you go out of your way to play differently than the way you've been playing the whole time. In my opinion. And I don't know how to solve that really. Because you could force people out of their comfort zones, but I think that most people would hate that. Unfortunately, what a lot of like PvP players do, and I like what Arc Raider solved, is there's two types of PvP. There's PvP, player versus player, and then there's PKing, player killing. And most PvPers are very, very happy being PKers, where all they do is shoot at loot pinatas that don't fight back. Unfortunately, that's what most PvP games kind of end up turning into, and they push away all the PvE players. So what Arc Raiders did to solve that was by segregating all the people who would normally be PKers, mostly, into specifically PvP settings. They now have people who are fighting against each other, and you know, if you're upset with that, then you really only have yourself to blame. And all the PvE players get to rejoice and dance on the corpses of Arc while laughing and sharing in all the loot, and ultimately making faster progress than the PvP players, which I think is really funny. They finally made a modern PvP enabled game that feels like old school multiplayer games, where people are actually just playing for fun, if you can believe it. In the year of our Lord and Savior Draco Malfoy 2026. Oops, that's not the right. It's kind of what I love about Warframe. People just kind of show up. Warframe is fun. I think it's most right now a season shift. You have a lot of wipe, a lot of friendlies, and then there's nothing to do anymore. And then you go PvP. Maybe. All I can say is from my experience, from everything that I saw, and from everything that the developers themselves said, and everything that the game tells you and gives you, if you PvP in Arc Raiders, you are not playing it the quote right way. Which is very interesting. It's not a PvP game. I know many people like to argue that it is, but it is not a PvP game. It doesn't even give you any real tools to engage in PvP. All of the emotes in the game that are focused on teamwork. You don't get any special rewards. There's no special exclusive progress tied to it. We need to put the the dark gray, proto gray? I think it was this one. You consistently do not engage with other players. You get matched with other players that do not PvP too. Yeah, I think that's really smart. That's really smart, and ultimately, I think that's what made the game succeed so well, is because they made the first PV, or let's not say first, but they finally made a PvP game recently that didn't cater to just PvP players, and you could still enjoy it as a PvPer. But you would just be matched with other people that would want to play like you. So you get all the toxic people playing together, and then all the people that are just dancing and having fun. Yeah, 300k players is absolutely wild. It shows you the size of the casual player base. We're on the lowest point of the day, and it's at 90,000 players. That's insane. And they haven't even had like a big release for a while. The moment they release a new map, this is going to spike back up to 300,000. Lowest point arc, highest point high card. The casual base is strong. I'm trying to think of how we need to set this up, because we need to get the player back. That shouldn't be hard to do. Rotation type world up vector. We'll have it follow the spline directly. Not climbable. We needed to wait on start and wait on end. We're gonna add a moving spline trigger here. B is one shot for Boolean. Yeah, Arc Raiders is really cool. I hope that they can continue to put out good content and fix out all the bugs. What I at least like about it being more casual friendly is you can have like the duplication glitch that I saw going around recently. And they don't need to fix it immediately. It's not that big of a deal. Nobody's doing Arc Raiders esports. You know, there's nobody's life is on the line because there's a bug here that prevented them from gaining some new rank. Yeah, and they fixed it already. I'm just saying that like a bug like that can exist and they can take their time to fix it and it doesn't break anything. You know, people being able to glitch into the key rooms. Who cares? They fixed it. You know, I think that that is a massive benefit to their production, whereas you can imagine like if a game like Apex or any other esports game has some duplication bug. Like this would be a massive problem. It would halt tournaments, you know, they'd have to make sure that people aren't doing it, blah, 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 blah. They should ban cheaters more strictly, I agree with that. Or put all the cheaters into their own server. I played Raiders for a while, then I got bored with it. Would you come back if they release like a new map or something? Because for me, I think I would jump back into Ark and play it some more once they release a new map. Something big. think I want there to be like some platforming. Maybe through here to get to the other side, and then you can jump over onto here and enable the shortcut, and then you can jump back this way through like a one-way. And then you just have to do a little bit of platforming back up to here, and then you immediately have this opened up permanently. That's my plan with it. So you still have to get here the first time. But in total, you cannot go up along the optional route and enable a shortcut in, ideally, fewer than 3 minutes. That's the aim for it. I need these points to match up, roughly. And then we'll need a spline ID on this too for events. Level 6, room 2, shortcut 1. Waiting for marathon. That is definitely not my type of game. A spline event to run start is one shot yet. I'm not gonna worry about the tooltip setting for right now. I don't see it. Where's my mesh? Where's my mesh? This spawn? Kind of weird. You know which one you missed, Nefarian? Escape from Duckov, which just added a big new content patch for it too. Tarkov crossover. They added a new map, 39 new quests, new weapons, attachments, items, and drops. New mount. You haven't played Duckov yet? Oh, dude, you gotta play Duckov. It sounds like a meme, but it's actually amazing. It's really good. Gotta jump out? Yeah, take care, Buster D. Have a nice weekend too. Okay, so it is valid. Oh. Follow spline directly isn't hooked up on that. That's weird. Okay. Small bug. Bug fixed. I'm surprised we had never encountered that before, but I guess I had never done a mesh override because we were just using the basic spline actor. But now we're good. It needs to be lowered down a bit, but other than that. In fairness, I was gonna make it like a rock that you push into it. I think that would look cooler anyway. Where's that spawn? Hopefully not in a way that you can like do anything with it. Yeah, so what we'll have here is like you trigger like a rock going in, and as it bumps it, we're gonna trigger the movement of that then. I don't need to be going to such great lengths to make this look good, but why not? It should be on an angle, so and then it can like sink under. And we'll just make that some sized cube. Doesn't really matter. Ever have to use calculus while making a game? Math is one of the most important aspects for making a game. This is true. Mostly I deal with algebra and trigonometry though. And God forbid we talk about quaternions. Nobody likes those. Why is the folder named KYS? I named it for you. Okay, we don't want this to be climbable, no platform actor. Why am I balding? When I mauled, you'll know it. I'm mauled, you will be unable to type in chat. Promise you that. And that's only happened to one person in 3 years on this channel. Only one person has ever been banned. Yeah, we will kill at destination. We're not going to respawn. Wait on start. Moving platform ID. Cauldron Chronicles. Call him the battlefield guy. Look at now. I'm gonna ban 100 people by now. I try not to. I don't like having to do it. But sometimes it's better for the entire stream if I do it. Okay, this is gonna look really janky. But it's meant to be a rock that we can push, so let's see what happens if we... Could probably go under sooner. And then we'll say this event we'll try to time it correctly. Spline event, children ID, time percentage 0.4, and then start the other spline. Doesn't need to look perfect right now. It's almost good. It's almost good. I don't care if it clips right now. Function first, form later. Like the little hump that it does. Okay, we can start it sooner then. Let's try 0.3. Ugh. That's pretty damn good. This we can make less chonky on the z-axis. That'll be the 3.5. Let's just set it to 1 and see what it looks like. Just needs to be thinner. Oh, that's pretty good. That's actually pretty good. We could just play an animation of you like pushing the rock or something. Doesn't have to look great. That's almost in the right position. I think it's a little off. It's almost good. Because I think this is too far away. We just need to rotate it a bit more. And maybe move it a little bit further off too. Okay, and then the tooltip here, we can type in push rock. Hey, yo, Acrylic Pixel, thanks for the raid. How you guys doing today?
Acrylic podkreślenie Pixel raided my stream with 5 viewers.
Happy Friday. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. What are you working on today? If you say pixels... Oh, I'm gonna get angry. Why is my drink running so low, too? That scares me the most. Working on your indie game? Just need to go record some gameplay and then jump back on? That sounds awesome. Well, once you're done recording, come back and tell me about your game. Okay, it's called High Guard. A multiplayer hero shooter. Push the rock into the lava. Have fun. Thank you. And good luck on the recording. Thank you for the raid. Unlocks shortcut. Yeah, it does not look very good, but that's fine. It is a blockout. We just need it functional. Looks dumb, but it'll work. And that should be a one shot, so this shouldn't be hittable again. Perfect. Man, we were really smart to make that spline ID system, like the events. I was kind of worried that we wouldn't make good use of it, but we're making good use of it. Good stuff. Now we just need to wait for the player to get back, which we can do here. And we need to wait for the player to get over here. There's only a slight worry that I have. Which is that if the player decides to go and do the optional objective, they won't unlock this shortcut. Is the player able to choose up here to go to do the optional objective? I don't think there's anything they could jump to here. But we could add something. I guess the... No. Player couldn't. Not unless we put something small here. Because then you could 100% make that jump. A little bit tough though. Which means I could add on to the right is an optional objective. Fully connects up with the main pathway. To the left is an opportunity to open up a shortcut. That skips the lava fall moving platforms. You'll have another opportunity to go onto the main for the optional objective pathway. You do so. That's a lot of words. It does fit on the screen, but it is a lot. It's just for our early testing, so it's okay if it's a bit wordy. Could be worse. Okay, and then here we can put up going left will continue along main path. If you jump down the end of this walkway, you'll be able to continue onwards to the geothermal generators. And then we'll put something here to get the player over onto this platform. It needs to take longer than 3 minutes to go from this point around and then back along the shortcut. Hey, what up, Paul? How you doing today? Any bugs? Hopefully not. It is quite the jump. Oh, game's broken and it's my fault. Your entire YouTube channel will now become a hate channel, reacting to and saying shitty things about Microraptor game. Knew it. I knew this would happen. Is it actually possible to get back on from here? A little bit tough to link up with this. I don't know, but you can do it. Not easy, but you can do it. I just probably need to fix the weird wobbling that it does. That should be an easy fix. Why does it wobble like that? Like rotated. Maybe it's because of the hump. Try that. Still angles a little bit to the left, but that should be easy to fix. Just gotta do some cleaning up and add props and the game is done. Damn, dude. What an insane amount of output. Honestly, faster than most indie devs we see. A lot of people just get stuck and stop working. An awful, in fact, I would say most people get stuck at some early point and they stop making their game, and that's about it. You'll be able to unlock a shortcut. Will save you a lot of headache if you should fall in the future. We'll connect back up with here if you're successful. So bad, but it's only my first game. Find me one indie developer that their first game ever was some massive banger. And yeah, look at Ubisoft. Look what they're making. And that's not even their first game. Yeah, it's too high up from there. Oh, fuck. This song makes me tired. Do we want to do like a crouching path through here? It'd be kind of annoying to make. Would look cool though. And sometimes that's the most important. But it would be annoying. Let me go to the bathroom and we can do it. We have nothing else to do today anyway. Kirby. Ugh. 65 stream streak. Jesus Christ. Get a fucking life, bro. I kind of wish we had that scythe editor for Unreal in order to do these blockouts. I'd love to make a game that is so simple in terms of modeling that we could do that, but then Rex would be out of a job. Or maybe you could, like, it would just help you focus on other things that would be really cool. I don't know. We should talk about that at some point. Because I know that you saw the link to that scythe editor. Remember seeing that? This thing for Unreal? It kind of puts you out of a job. I don't know. I definitely want to play around with it though. Okay, I need to... Okay, crouching. Just basic things, this is true. Well, I guess it just depends. We'll take a look at it closer when we're making a different game. I'd like to make Redlock and its universe into something that we can explore a lot of different game ideas with. That's my intention. I want to make a sci-fi immersive sim and put it in the same universe. Can you walk on this or is it too steep? Oh no, we can. Okay, let's duplicate this again. Or just scale it, but I need it to be specifically coming up to this point here. Okay, that could work. That could look pretty cool. Maybe a little bit thicker. I just wonder, because I don't know if you prefer meshing or if there would be able, if you, yeah, like it would give you the opportunity to then hand mesh all of the, like the unique objects, which would mean that you could just put more time, love, and effort into modeling the things that I think would be the most crucial for the scene. I would love to get it, and then we could just make like a really small game, like some, you know, take some existing mechanics that we've made. Seems like using that thing will take 100 times longer than Blender. It could, but it means that, like, I could use it. So while you might make something faster, you could then focus on what you need to focus on. It's kind of like blueprints. Could a coder make something faster than somebody in blueprints? Probably, you know, a skilled one. But the benefit is that the designers and the artists can use the blueprints while the coder is also writing code. And so certain parts of the level design become a lot easier, while instead you focus on like the hero objects. We'll plan it out because this year I do want to do another game jam. I want to do something else. I want to do another micro jam. A fast course in Blender? No. Trying to fucking scare me, dude? Oh my god. Blender D's nuts. Game jams scare you? Well, it would be like, it would just be like the micro jam we did. So let's say it would be like 2 weeks. But we just work during normal hours. That's it. That's the entire thing. We don't push ourselves. It would be a total of 80 hours each, roughly, that we make a game with. That's it. And if we succeed, we succeed. If we don't, we don't. And if it's fun and we want to finish it up, we can just finish it up afterwards with a little bit of work. But not finish up in the way that we did with Point Pusher, because that was a... We made that into a whole damn game, didn't we? Yeah, I don't like the unhealthiness of game jams, personally. They're a great way to meet people. They're a great way to challenge yourself. They're really great for working in a team. But I find them often very unhealthy and a little bit too focused on the outcome and not so much on the journey. But if you sat down with somebody and just said, hey, how much time do we each have per week, roughly? We each have like 20 hours of extra time per week. Okay, so let's say we each take 20 hours this week. We work on a game together and we just don't push ourselves. That's a lot more approachable. That's basically just saying, hey, let's make a micro game. I don't know what I'll put in here. What do I want to put in here? Well, we need to close up the top. Let me duplicate this again. It's pretty big. Should just be a little inviting hole, as all great holes are. I think that's too thin. That could work though. That's not too bad. Function first, form later. Okay, let's put a couple of maybe some crystals in here for light and light Yagami. And then we can make them radioactive if we want to. Be nice. What's up, Frozen? Well, you have triple the numbers of viewers when you're doing software and game dev than when you're streaming gaming? Because I primarily stream software and game dev, so most people who watch me are only interested in watching that. Most people who stream will see the same output. They find their niche, they build their community in that, but most of those people don't want to see something that isn't part of that niche. Find this more relaxing. That's fair too. there's a lot of people that watch me while also working on their own games or in their own companies, and it can be distracting for them and kind of off topic for them to watch me playing a game, as opposed to this weird like co-working setup that you get with me working on a game itself. Watching while finishing up your game. I'll finish you. It's me lurking all the time. How you doing, Andrews? No, I think that's cool. I didn't expect to I didn't expect to have that kind of community where we would just be like working with each other. But it's fun. And we get to talk about some fun and crazy topics from time to time. Good stuff. Let's make these radioactive hazards with some capsules. Mineral default. Ticks to apply 5. Remove on exit. And I can set it to the same rotation as this too. Must feel weird. I don't know. I went into this with a lot of expectations. It doesn't look right. But I definitely don't think that I expected... Oh, I know why. I'm rotating it on the wrong axis. There we go. I didn't expect to have so many other developers in chat. I was hoping, but I'm not unhappy with how it turned out. But I was hoping we would reach a larger player base, but I think that will happen when this is actually turning out to be a proper game. But I think it was wrong of me to assume that most of the people that I meet on here would be gamers in the software and game dev section. Seems kind of obvious that it would mostly just be other software and game developers. This to be a bit thicker. But you change your goals as you go. And we knew from day one that our only goal was to work on our game. The truth, if I'm friends with a game dev streamer, won't say who, it really doesn't change much. The most your exposure grows past your Twitch audience is word of mouth from community members, friends. Yeah. You know, my big goal was that it was just, I needed to work on the game, and it was easier to work on the game when you have this social commitment to uphold with people watching you and expecting you to continue. And it's more fun for me to do it with other people because I not only get the direct feedback and help, but it's just fun to do it with other people, you know? He's the worst. Get your point, but you're inspiring people, motivating them to keep going even when they feel bored in their workday. Yeah, it's nice for that. And it helps with marketing. I don't care about viewership numbers. I do not want to grow. I don't want to spend...
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I don't want to spend like some absurd amount of time focusing on how do I get to 100 concurrent viewers. Like, okay. Or I could spend that time making my game. I think that the numbers will come with a good game. This could be larger. Or we could increase the ablative damage. But the player kind of runs through it pretty fast. That said, it doesn't need to be significant. The only thing I don't see as a waste of my time is just to occasionally play a new game that comes out that I'm excited for. But it is true, it does not help grow our channel. And if anything, I think that we lose some followers from it, but it's refreshing. It allows me to take some time to like step back from the project, analyze where we are, whether or not we're in the right direction. And it's hard for me to do that in the moment, in the week. You know? As long as the game continues to get made, I'm happy with that. That's the primary focus. 100% a time thing, but the real benefit of Twitch streaming making your game, you can show off the game easier since you're always collecting footage and screenshots. Yeah, that too. Yeah, absolutely. And I think it makes you a lot more trustworthy too once people start seeing the game get made and they can be like, okay, is this trailer actually gameplay? Like, oh, I can just see all the days of development over here. You know, can I trust this indie dev? Are they gonna, you know, are they a good person? Are they a good team? Blah, 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 blah. And they can just see that. Like sending it to other small streamers to get some outreach to non-dev gamers. That too. Oh yeah, the no AI claim a lot more believable. There's a lot of benefits. I really, really enjoy streaming game dev, but it's not perfect. It is very easy to get distracted, but sometimes the distractions are very fun. And ultimately, I think the long-term velocity of the development is higher than if we didn't do that. With an update with the checkpoints? What do you mean by checkpoints though? Because we have checkpoints in the game. I'm adding a shortcutted. How does he get anything done? It is hard sometimes. This is true, it is hard. Distractions are fine though. Shortcuts, yes. I'm adding in one shortcut to start with. In video games, they call them checkpoints? No, they don't. Checkpoints are where you get sent back if you die. Fake gamer spotted. I could put a crystal on here. Let's crystal it. On stream, but it's so easy to get distracted. You just have people being able to comment all the time. Sometimes I have to lock in. And sometimes chat likes to try to help me, but I want to solve it myself. I have to pick and choose the battles, you know, it's like sometimes I need chat to like, just let me solve it. I know I'm not good at something, I know I'm slow at it. I know you see the solution. Let me find it so that I can learn from that. Other times it's like, guys, I fuck this. Just tell me the solution. Tell me the answer. I don't know what I'm doing. I need help. There's no save point in the middle of level 2 that you can reach, and when you die, you respawn from there instead of at the very beginning of level 2? No. Get good, scrub. But there is a checkpoint that will minimize the failures and losses up to that point, which I will show you when I get it all cooked up here. I can't hand the entire game to you on a silver platter. The game is cooked then? No, it's not. No, it's not. Get good. Apply water to the motherboard. If you tell me where you were failing, I can tell you if it's too easy or too hard. Pull some of these over. Well, here's the thing, Paxian, is that the very definition of skill is repeating the same thing over and making fewer mistakes. And getting it down and locking it in. If you expect to be 20 minutes into a precision platformer and be so good that you don't fall, I think you're playing the wrong genre of games. I don't know what to tell you. If I make it so easy and add in all these checkpoints to the point where you now don't really have any fear of failure, then you're not having the right emotions when you're standing on a platform. And if that failure is so minimal, you don't have that fear anymore. The difficulty of the jump doesn't matter at that point, because you don't have the fear. The fear of missing the jump right at the end of a level is supposed to be high. That's the cortisol. You have to get good. GG, no re. Oh, I was the wrong axis. Flip it. Super Meat Boy 3D has all your dead bodies and blood everywhere as you keep falling. Yeah, it did do that. I forgot about that. I'm playing a precision platformer rage game and I don't get mad at least 3 times, then I leave a negative Steam review. You have to make little incremental upgrades too, right? Like, we're adding in this shortcut. We'll get new feedback, we'll see how it feels. But people, you know, playing this game for the first time need to actually build the skill. You need to learn how to play it. And I don't think this level is long. You can do this level in like 20 minutes. Just don't fall. And I don't think there's anything super challenging about the jumps here. But there's a couple that are pretty challenging. But a lot of them have ways to mitigate it. You know, you fall anywhere up here, even though some of these jumps are challenging. You have so many ways to land. This is entirely safe. Everything up here is easy as shit. You got simple jumps up here. These jumps are pretty easy. This is a bit of a danger spot, but I mean, that's exactly what that's what the genre is. A little bit far. Start from back here, actually. Yeah, it is a balance, and it's not an easy balance, but it's just this is a hard section, but it's optional. You can save a lot of time if you do this hard section, but it's optional to, you know, take the easier route. Realistically, the player could jump on this. I don't want the player to think that they should jump on this, though. I might edit the mesh to make it not seem like you can jump up on there. Well, doing 20 minutes of platforming is not that bad. And that's what the shortcut is there to save. It's to save you on some very difficult jumps. Like, it'll save you from here, all the way through here, over to here, and one of the more challenging jumps from here onto the little tiny moving platform. You won't have to do that. And all you have to do is go into Scary Tunnel, jump onto Crystal, jump onto 3 really easy platforms, press this button, and then jump back over to here. You know, what's the problem? We need to start with something easy, this shortcut, and see if people like it, and if it makes things a little bit less painful, it's okay. We'll see if there are any sections that are supposed to be easy but turn out to be hard, because that's not good. Any parts that are supposed to be hard but are too easy, because that's not good either. You have really, really interesting time skips available to you as a player. Like, for instance, this one, where if you can nail it, if you're really good at jumping and platforming, you have that as an option. That is a tough one, though. You can actually fall onto that from higher up if you want. But the biggest time skip would be jumping from here. And nail it just right, though. Well, even then, if you get up here, and that's where you could then jump onto the moving platform and then jump up here. Perfect. Get good, scrub. Get good, scrub. Welcome to Precision Platformers. This is 100% about getting good. This is 100%. The platformer genre is about skill. It's about learning the movement of the character. It's about getting better at controlling the character, figuring out little quirks, and maximizing your ability to have precise input and control for each platform that you jump to. And there's only one way to do that, and it's by practicing. How's this man surviving 40-meter dead traps? Skill. And an exosuit. And an exosuit. Like, you take a look at a game. I don't think I have it on here, but I think it is on Steam. What part about this game's failure, which is a game that is a lot harder than ours, is not the same? What part about this game, we're controlling this weird character that doesn't exist in any other game and has its own character movement controller? What isn't skill-based about this? And timing-based, which is part of skill too, is learning the timings of things, right? Games like Elden Ring, those are all timing-based. They don't require you to sustain any damage that you can't avoid. Well, it's similar to this. You can beat Super Meat Boy without dying at all. You could beat Redlock without dying at all. So what separates the person who beats the game without dying from the person who beats the game or can't beat the game because they die too much? And the moment you find the answer to that is the moment that you find the answer to this whole question. Proto brown. Not light brown, right? I think it is light brown. Doesn't matter. I just need this to equal rock. Our game has checkpoints too. They're made of primitives, it won't let us do this. We have to convert it. Oh, it did it to separate ones. I need them to merge this. Well, we have checkpoints. You're in level 6, and there are 3 checkpoints in level 6. I feel like it's going nowhere. Yes, but I will still argue about it. It's really funny. Oh. It broke it. I could duplicate these into new objects. Maybe that should be done. And then we can combine them. That'll work. Alright, now I can plug this in. bit too big though, ain't it? Make it a little bit smaller. Like, you know, I could put checkpoints after every single separate thing. You beat the lava flow, there's a checkpoint. You jumped over to the fans, checkpoint. You got to the top of the fans, checkpoint. You got up to the ceiling, checkpoint, checkpoint. Like, at a certain point, it just becomes so mundane that I would have to balance the entire game's premise around making absurdly high difficulty jumps so that the closeness of checkpoints would feel normal. But like, man, at a certain point, you gotta get good. Like, you know, learn how to jump. You know, turn on some things to make it a bit more casual, right? Like, keep progression on death. If we get comments on this topic, I will simply say to players, get fucking good. Get good. Turn on things to make the game easier. I'm not judging you for doing it. Some people will, I won't. Yeah, just get good. Like, this is a 20-minute level preceded by a level that is absurdly easy and succeeded by a level that is absurdly easy. Get good. Am I baking lighting? No, we are not going to bake lighting. We're not going to bake lighting. As long as I do my job, advertise it as a hardish game, then nobody will complain. Yeah, I agree. And we have, compared to pretty much every single precision platformer on the market, we have so many more options to make the game easier. Already adding checkpoints makes the game easier than most precision platformers. Adding in shortcuts makes the game easier than most precision platformers. Adding in keeping progression on death makes it way easier than most. Most of these games are absurdly punishing. You fail, you get better. Oh, pussies want everything easy. You know, like my dad's days going to school in war, cold, radiation. Oh, we have radiation too, don't worry. We have radiation right now. Look at my ablative draining like crazy. You like shortcuts? We have shortcuts. I just missed the shortcut, but we have shortcuts. We have time skips. We have some tough time skips too. Well, we won't know only ups retention because the game was delisted from Steam, unfortunately. Hey, Sean, what's up, man? There's a shortcut here, but he removed my skip.
Zero just subscribed. There was a shortcut here, but he removed my skips up.
You'll be fine. Get a grip. There, I just did a time skip. Without dying. And it is very true that challenge adds to the prestige of beating a game. The new build fixed sensitivity? Mouse sensitivity? We won't be adding a mouse sensitivity option in right now. I could do it. You can't change it even through console? No. Really? Oh yeah, I probably don't link it up to sensitivity, do I? Probably just taking raw mouse input. I have to do that. Yeah, I have to do that. Really? Yeah, you're right. That can be added. That can be fixed with the hazards and restoration stations. And the shortcut. A lot of new stuff in the next build. First play on 6,400 DPI for Minecraft Bodai calculations. Alright, I'll get that added, don't worry. I feel like I should buy stuff from Fab. A lot of good stuff on there, isn't there? We're doing pretty well. Haven't died yet. Will we die on the lava fall? Depends on if I go for the extra risk. I might do. Oh, we need to fix this bullshit camera. Minecraft stronghold calculator? Missed it. I knew I shouldn't have gone for it. I think I hit the platform too far on the left. Get that skip off of it. We'll make up for it here. Big time skip. That was a good one. I thought I wouldn't make that. Yeah, that's one of the big first time skips. At least the ones that I know about, unless some random, probably Sean will find more that I didn't intend. Because he's a little Spurg master. Oop. Alright, I won't go for the time skip this time. Too dangerous. Well, I just did it without a time skip. Doing the time skips, at least as far as I designed them, are harder. It is more difficult. You do not have to do them. That's enough to kill players from wanting to play. I don't think it will, considering our precision platformer here with Redlock so far is easier than pretty much any other precision platformer on the market. And if those games weren't enough to get people to stop playing them, I doubt that ours will be. We have so many good gameplay options to lessen the danger and difficulty. And most of our precision platformer is room based. If you get through room 2 of level 6, you literally never have to come back here again if you don't want to. If I can complete it, I don't play this genre of game too heavily. Well, you don't have to do the time skip, just... I'm not going to make them more obvious. Absolutely not. Grab an edge at that angle? Which edge? You make these respawn faster. Kind of annoying sitting here for him. Wait, hold on. I was gonna do the optional objective, but I lost. Fine, we can go back to it. There are multiple times where we can go there. Oh, I almost fell off that. If you failed that time skip multiple times, you need to get better. You need to get good. That time skip is doable, but it's not intended for casual players. That's the point of a time skip, is that you are skipping time. That's speedrunner terminology. The casual player likely isn't going to be doing time skips. Shouldn't be, obviously in my opinion, time skips should be optimized by speedrunners. Yeah, same mindset, same brainwave. We share the same IQ, which is like 3. But it's a good 3 IQ. I didn't actually make a return point for my shortcut, so I'm not going to do it here. Waiting on the floating boxes feels a bit too slow. The alternative, unfortunately, Amankira, this could be fixed, but right now, if I increase the speed, it makes the jump harder. Oh yeah, we're doing the optional objective. Ooh, good timing for that. I think some time skips will be more casual friendly. Was it not build? Try exclamation point demo. I should have made build work for that too. Do I get access to this build? People are playing, so I can see how hard this actually is. Yeah, the current one we have does not have some of the new stuff I'm adding. I'll let you know when I get that one working. I made some really good improvements to the mantling calculations, so it shouldn't be too challenging. This is a casual friendly precision platformer, but it is still a precision platformer at heart. Yeah, the time skip's supposed to be difficult because ideally a speedrunner does all the time skips. And so you really have to get good at every single individual time skip and optimize each part of the game. Of which, I just quit out. I didn't mean to do that. I forgot I was playing on this. I'll get myself back to that point. 1 second. Of which we have an option that I think speedrunners will really find enjoyable. Sean can correct me if I'm wrong. Checkpoint teleportation. So you can teleport to teleport to different checkpoints that you've unlocked at any point. And that could be a good one for learning. Yeah, there will be nothing in this game that limits you to go at a certain, like, there's nothing here that's time limited. That if you don't get to this point in the level by, like, I don't know, hour 1, you're fucked. Yeah, there'll be plenty of different categories, too. There's a hardcore mode. There are ways you can make the game more difficult than what it is right now. That is a hard jump, I think. But you get pretty good air control on your character, so it's not too bad. Have a group Discord for this? Yeah, type in !Discord. And there's a channel called Redlock that is specifically for talking about this game. Yeah, it's just my Discord. There's a channel for it. There we go. Oh. That jump is a little finicky. You be able to toggle checkpoints on and off? Yes. Yeah, if you really want, you can turn checkpoints entirely off. They are on by default. But if you want the super hardcore experience, you can turn those off. Well, it's okay if players think there's only one route. There isn't. But if you look, you can notice other routes. Just some are going to be more difficult to notice than others. And others might seem easier than they actually are. I think speedrunners will figure out my game pretty fast. Alright, there's the side objective done. We have died a total of 1 time. That was pretty early on too, so it wasn't too bad. I think we're at like 11 minutes before, so we'll just keep a track of where we were at. Ooh. Almost jumped a little too far on that one. Okay, we have to scale this again in order to get back on the main path. That one always makes me clench a little bit. Okay, this is the big clencher. I should extend that out a little bit more. Not too bad though, you just can't overthink it. Being able to turn checkpoints on and off is good because it gives more category options. There's also, do you know how the level is meant to be structured, Sean? If I've showed you before? I can draw it real quick. And show you like where our game currently is. So we have the planetary surface, Redlock facility, back up to planetary surface. And we have level 6 down here with room 1. Roughly room 2. And then room 3. Not to scale, but you get the point. Then you have to platform in the main shaft to get over to what would be level 5. And there would be like, 2 to 3 rooms in level 5 as well. Just imagine them taking up that area. So as you platform up through the facility, you kind of follow this pattern. And falling in any of these rooms sends you back with checkpoints enabled to the start of that room. So there's minimal total loss by failing in the individual rooms themselves. Falling in the main shaft is of course very dangerous because the higher you get up, the more dangerous it is. But with checkpoints enabled, and if you want to be able to checkpoint or teleport, if you turn on teleport to any unlocked checkpoint, that saves a lot of time. Secondarily, we have what are called emergency station elevators, and this is part of the emergency station airlock feature, where by doing an optional objective in these areas, you can jot out part of the station airlocks, and these will be around the different parts of the wall, taking up different amounts of space, maybe something like that. And as you get higher and enable these, if you fall in the main shaft, you might be able to save yourself a lot of failure and time by falling onto these airlocks and then going back up through the emergency station elevator, which connects up through the entire facility. So there is an awful lot of potential for mitigating disaster that you can completely turn off or avoid. Speedrunners won't do any of this because it will waste way too much time. But that's part of the fun, is that speedrunning this game should be extremely challenging, very difficult. But casual players will be able to take the game at their own pace, complete all the optional objectives, make the game way easier, have very minimal failure in between levels, open up shortcuts, and honestly should find that the game will be a lot longer to play through than the average speedrun playthrough, but it should be pretty easy to do. It could be the biggest difference, hundreds of players from 1,000, potentially tens if the game is paid, then I don't know how many refunds if players just give up. I don't care about refunds. People can torrent my game if they want. They're picking just one issue, that's not a big deal, but then again, it could be. Just gonna play the other levels once I get to level 3. Well, this is only level 6. This is just one level that we're going through right now. But room 3 is probably what you mean. But I'll show you. We'll continue on and I'll show you where, some of the pacing. As we saw, room 1 of our level is extremely easy. Room 2 is the first big filter. This is a challenge. This ain't easy. This ain't your grandma's platformer. Unless she likes precision platformers, in which case this is her platformer. Pogo Stuck average completion is 30 hours. The speedrun world record is 2 minutes 26 seconds. I'm a little scared to see how fast people beat this game. I think it'll still be a couple of hours. Minimum. Our game is gonna be big. I accidentally didn't jump. I need to wait. All of our timed platforms too, our moving ones here, are pattern based. That's the word I was looking for. So you can watch them and learn their pattern, but we do need a better visibility for the paths that they're taking, I think. Beautiful. Well, here's the thing. There's no such thing as good or bad game design. It's all relative, the game that you're making. And I think that if we make the game too easy and have too many checkpoints, then there isn't much incentive to actually get better. And we're not playing to the right emotions because the player doesn't feel as if they're going to lose a lot of progress if they fail. And for some games, that's okay. For some games, knowing that you are not going to lose a lot of progress if you fail is fine. For other games, I don't think that would have the same effect. Yeah, we can't cater to everybody, and I think that I'm doing the best that I can to add in not just one, not just two, and arguably not just three options that will make the game more casual friendly. That doesn't mean it's going to be completely easier, but it will be significantly easier than the average speedrun playthrough, or the person completely ignoring optional content. Which you can do. If you want to ignore optional content, that will make a lot of the game harder. If you don't turn on those geothermal power generators, the entire station, the next like 10 hours of gameplay, will be with emergency station lighting. It's going to be dark, it's going to be dangerous, it's going to be difficult. Some things may not work. You can do it, and it will be a completely different experience if you do that. But it's not hard. You can always come back down here at any time to turn those back on if you want. That's fully possible too. As you saw, like doing the geothermal generators, it's a challenge. It is a challenge. That's bait. Don't jump on this one. But if you do jump on this one by accident, it will take you back to the start, so. I made sure of that just in case, because these two kind of cross paths. But at least while you're waiting, you can watch exactly what this one is doing. And I think that the average player will be able to see, okay, I see. Jump up on those, follow them around. We're good to go. That one you do have to wait for a long time. It's kind of annoying. That's an easy fix though. Path is more important right now. Gotta be careful on these ones. We actually want to wait on them for a little while. Find gun parts and a silver bullet, shoot and win. That would be cool. Have you played precision platformers before, Paxian? Do you have a lot of experience with the genre? Or like old school platformers too are really challenging. Like back in like Nintendo era. Old Nintendo era platformers were crazy difficult. Yeah, just don't take the hard route. Like, the hard route is not meant for a casual player. If the casual player finds it and is good at it, you know, that's fine with me. It's definitely not the... You also can't die here, so this is a completely safe area. Well, we call them precision platformers now, but just pick any like old Mario game and compare those to more casual platformers. They're so tough. They're so challenging. Oops, I fucked up there. Hit my head. Thankfully, the last level's pretty easy. It's meant to be a bit of a break after room 2. But if you survive room 2 and you made it this far, you should be good. Can I jump up to that? I don't actually know if I made that mountable like that. Oh yeah, look at that. Huh. Not fully intended, but that's okay. Or I didn't expect that to be there, let's put it that way. Shouldn't really describe it as unintended. I'll go the safer route. Go this way. I like the design of room 3 though a lot. It's pretty exciting. You have to tell me what you think, Bomb Shot. I don't think you played this before. But like you're finally getting up to parts of the facility, but it's been destroyed by the rock burst. By the way, there's another checkpoint here, and you can teleport between these. And so you have this just like chaotic, destroyed water synthesis plant. Also, I'm standing on mud too. It doesn't say it's mud, but this is mud. You might wonder why your character is walking like shit. There's just no art for it yet. We need to clutter this room up some more, but... You know, more piping, more wiring. More debris. There is one point that you can die in this level, but it's not too bad. And this whole room takes about 4 minutes if you don't fail. 3 to 4 minutes. There's a crazy time skip in this room that even I suck ass at. I really cannot get the time skip. That's right here. I'll try to do it for you. But I'm really not sure if I can. Oh, fuck, I did it. Oh my god. I think I made it look easy because I did it on my first try, but man, that is something I have failed at dozens of times. Oh shit, and I just walked off accidentally. No, I'm never gonna do that again. We'll go the normal way. I've not started room 1 so far. I'm liking it. Well, thank you. I'm glad you're liking it. You're gonna get a lot of smearing. I apologize. It's just we don't have any proper lighting in the game yet, so I'm using global illumination from emissiveness, and it creates a lot of smearing. Is casual not an easy one? Casual is not easy. That is exactly what I'm aiming for. I want people to really get engaged with like the story and the world. But we will definitely have options. I think speedrunners will find it significantly more challenging because of one major reason. We have something called failure to repair consequences. So all of these take extra time and will be skipped by speedrunners because they will waste time. But what this means is that you will end up with a very poorly lit, facility, so it'll be hard to see different platforms in different areas. You will have patches of high heat around the facility, which cause heat haze, which will make it more difficult to jump. Hallucinogenic gases, which will make you hallucinate different platforms that don't actually exist. You will have more ablative damage because solar flares will be more damaging. And you will have toxic smoke in certain confined areas, which will deal health damage. Those can be turned off, though, as well. But that is the default experience will be that you have to contend with those as a speedrunner. But I could see us making a version of it where you don't have those problems, and it's just like, we expect that they've already been fixed. Soon, once I hit the crystally looking pylons, you will see it because you will see a checkpoint. There will be a little green box up in the upper left that says checkpoint unlocked. You'll know when you hit it. Otherwise, you're still in room 1. It'll be after an elevator. A really shitty looking elevator for now, but an elevator. This room is, I think, one of my favorites. I don't know why. It's fun to be platforming on things that it doesn't feel like you should be platforming on. Like it's a taboo. Like you're only doing it because the facility is destroyed and you gotta get the fuck out of here. Before you die too. That's the only room in which you can die in room 3. And I fell. Oops. At least I didn't die though. Audience wound up being around in the double and low triple digits of a player base. That's fine with me. Not every game needs to have 100,000 players. You fit within a niche and you sell within that niche, and that's just what it is. About to finish the school year today? Yeah, take care, Paul. Have a wonderful weekend. Hope to see you on Monday. And seriously, you are doing super well with your game. You are way above the average, I can tell you that. Way above. Well, Paxian, we have to develop the default experience first. We won't even be implementing game modes and game difficulty options until when we're in early access. So we need to develop the default experience and find a good balance for that. Then we can start to build game modes and gameplay options around the audiences that seem to crop up or about what they expect to find. What's up, Dr. Professor? Dr. Professor, are you a professor of doctors or are you a doctor of professors? Impatient. I'm not very patient. I'm a very impatient person. But I have to get better. If I am to manage a team and individuals, I am learning too. Communication and patience are two things that I need to get better at as a leader. You're an instructor. What do you instruct? Or is it just a name and I'm reading too far into it? Psych. Ooh. At like a university? First section of falling platforms was nice. I didn't think it did a good job of letting you experiment with the ledge grab height early and safe, which is nice. That's awesome. That's good to hear. Yeah, I wanted to give the player like just a safe way to see how they feel and get down to their timing. I think we could do better still in that first section though. We could lengthen the first room and teach a few more mechanics and safe ways. The good news is we're going to stick to Blackout for at least the next like 3 to 6 months before actually starting to add in the meshing. What is interact? Oh, yeah, I actually don't tell you that. It's E. All right. You bring up a very good point of something I completely overlooked. Oopsies. Oh, you are. You're a instructor for psychology. That's really cool. I really like behavioral psychology. Okay, so we beat the game in about 31 minutes, adding in our 11 minutes from previous, and we died once in room 2. And we did the optional objective. So, I'm not saying get good, but I am saying get good. Evo Psych. Like evolutionary? Or does that stand for something else? Evolutionary psychology. Is that like the... Correct me if I'm wrong, is that like the study of how our psychology has evolved as a species, maybe with, you know, relation to societal changes too? If I can do it in 20... Well, this is 20 plus our 11 minutes from when I accidentally quit. So it is like 31, 32 minutes total. And I did fall a couple of times. You're at 5 minutes, 1 death. I think that that's fine because your first experience with the game will be discerning the right pathway, right? So I think that your first time playing it will take longer than once you know the route. And if you're like super into speedrunning, eventually you'll just know the game. I'm not experienced. I've never beaten any precision platformer. The only real platformer I played as a kid was Sonic. And yeah, I'd never played Only Up. The only game like this that I played was a game called Bet and Brutal. And I played that for like 30 minutes or something. Yeah, 0.3 hours. I did like this though. This is a good game. A lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, I tested the platforms, but that just goes to what I'm saying, which is skill. Like, you have to get better. You have to learn how to jump. I didn't really like, you know, Only Up and Bet and Brutal, and the idea that you fall and you could fall all the way to the bottom. So that's where I was like, okay, let's find a way to make the Only Up old school style of platforming games where you can lose a lot of time and have a lot of failure, but make it more casual friendly. So we introduce multiple systems and mechanics that will appeal to casual players and save you time, but also allow for speedrunners and for hardcore players to either turn those things off or ignore those things, and it makes the game a lot harder. Let's show how our brains and why different behavior evolved. Man, I bet you could have some amazing conversations about that, Dr. Professor. I love talking about it because it's one of those things where we just know so little that you can't necessarily be always right or wrong about psychology and how people are going to act or react. And it's just, you end up getting into these wonderful conversations about human nature and, you know, how how psychology is dictated by your environment or how you grew up, people around you. I love talking about stuff like that, but I don't think I'm smart enough to ever get a degree or anything like that. Okay, let me finish up with this shortcut though. We can actually have that done. I think we just need to take changes small, Axion, because you know, getting one person or even two people's reactions to them saying this is really difficult, you need to add this, this, and this. If I do reactionary design to that and I just add in those things, it could be hurting the experience for the silent majority. So I need to just implement one thing here and there, get some new feedback on whether or not people like it and whether or not it feels good, and just iterate upon that. And that's what we intend to do over the next 3 to 4 months minimum, is just iterating upon these 3 rooms, slowly adding in new mechanics and seeing how it feels with the new additions, whether or not we've made a part too easy, something too difficult. You know, we just got to go one bit at a time. And if it comes down to the point where we do need to add in a checkpoint to this room, because I don't know, maybe we add in more platforming gameplay, another 20 to 30 minutes of gameplay in this region, yeah, I could see it being kind of annoying if we don't have a checkpoint somewhere. I mean, maybe we put a checkpoint in the facility here too for the geothermal power when you restart the generators. You know, at least then you're starting from over here and you still have some difficult stuff to go, but it's just we need to feel it out one thing at a time. I've been to the point, you know, in the point before where I've done reactionary game design. It's not good and it doesn't really lead to the game getting better. We just gotta take it slower. When it comes to evolution and biology, everything is about what survived. Emergent behavior makes up those irrational, seemingly divine aspects of human. That's a good way to put it, yeah. And, you know, I wonder how big or how long of evolutionary events needed to be, I don't know if this makes sense, in order to drive that evolution. You know, how many stupid frogs needed to die by being eaten before they evolved to have bright colors? Like, it's kind of like one of those things. Stop telling your chat where time skips are. Let players find it. I don't know if I can avoid that. I know what you mean, but I don't know if I can avoid that because I have to develop them. But I get what you mean. Okay, this jump should be very doable. Well, I mean, we can make the game easier. We need to decide where and when to do that. Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. And I don't want the player to think that they should be jumping on this rock. It looks weird, but it should be fine. Eventually, we will replace that with a proper mesh. And then we'll say, for the sake of argument, that it gets stuck on this. So we can move that a little bit closer. Well, let's back up now with it. Like, what gives you the most negative feeling in this game, Paxian? Not that negative feelings are bad, by the way. Otherwise, Dark Souls wouldn't exist. Well, we can turn this into like just a discussion about general game design. Fastest mutating aspect of our biology is our brains. That's what's changed the most in the past 2 million years. Fastest mutating aspect is our brain. Has the brain itself... I mean, maybe because I would think that you would know this way better than I would. Has the brain itself evolved, or has our collective knowledge evolved? Yeah, that's how I would end that sentence. That was like kind of a lame way to end the sentence, but that hopefully makes sense. These jumps should be very doable. And that would open up the shortcut. Let's test the whole shortcut as it exists now. And maybe I will fix a thing that bugs out if we are not plugged into our character. Start at level 2 up until you start getting to the point of scaling the block with the fans in it. Where were you failing along with this? Did you find yourself failing, let's say before the lava fall? Was anything here a major issue? Or was it not much of an issue because if you did fail, it wasn't too much work to get back to where you were before? The brain itself, higher cortical functions, the parts of our brains for simulating possible future by remembering experience. We call that cognition. Utilize cognition, though, you have to be able to learn. Thus, our memory also evolved. Interesting. How do we know that those parts of the brain evolved? Unless we, because again, I'm just completely ignorant on this topic. Unless we were able to examine, you know, old preserved brains, maybe from some of the cavemen in ice, right? Maybe. Is that how we were able to determine that? Because I don't know if like canopic jars in Egypt would have been long enough to study that. People donate organs. Yeah, I don't know how long we would have been able to look at in the past to see the brain. Maybe you could see like skull size. And maybe some of that would differ quite heavily. Yeah, my way to have sexual intercourse with your mother. That's an amazing emote. I love that. Yeah, if we could like break it up into 3 sections here. I guess like before lava fall, and then after lava fall, which was the source of issue here? I'm having to do the same thing all over again just to get to the point of attempting where you left off. Where exactly, I do have it on my VODs, but from memory it's a little bit after doing the platforms. So something here up to the fans. I mean, I guess the most difficult thing would be this jump, but you can fall onto here and it'll become easier by jumping from here to here. I could see this jump being really nasty. But the shortcut that we just made would allow you to skip that. So it is that. So let me show you the shortcut. I will play from the end of the lava fall. Yeah, that one is kind of meant to be nasty. That's a tough one. I agree. But we need to test the shortcut anyway, so we'll just do that right now. It's meant to be difficult, you know, jumping from a high point onto a small moving spot is going to be something that we reuse multiple times throughout the game. So without giving the player an opportunity to practice that, you know, we do run into an issue of the player will not feel prepared. And you do have air control, so you don't need to maximize that perfect jump immediately. You just need to get it roughly there and then use your WASD and air to fix the rest of it. So you made adjustments to the mantling math. In the current version that you're playing, you should have the new mantling functionality. But if there are any parts that feel weird, by all means, tell me where they are or send me a video, even better, and I can investigate. Center of the brain is the oldest part, so when we look at cranium volume, we're looking at the size of the different parts. Those older parts of the brain are relatively constant, and when there's more space in different parts of the skull, plus how big the cortex has become in the fossil record. That's really cool. That's really cool. I'm on low frame rate, so I might have to do with that. It could be. How low? And if you want, try typing in, well, I don't know how much this would help actually. Wait, it's not that. It's SG. That would help a bit. Okay, press the tilde key and type in, I'm gonna send you two things in chat. Is that it, the one? Yeah. Without the quotations. Let me double check that one fixes things too. Yeah, those will be the two biggest ones. Tilde key and type in those two things and you should have much better performance. Oh, I closed my game. Check Discord DMs of your stream? Okay. Will do. I'm gonna be watching your thing tonight. I have to talk with Rex today. We have to go on call. But then he and I are gonna, then I can watch your thing. I'm not trying to make a dungeon keeper style game. Damn. That's a good game. That's not a game everybody knows, I can tell you that. But I know it. And I think that could come back in a big way. A lot of publishers might look at old genres and think that they can't be revived, but they absolutely can be. You're at 60 now? Awesome. I know the game looks kind of like shit. We aren't going to do any optimization passes for a while. But we are intending to make the game playable on a 1080. It's going to be probably our minimum. In the section where you climb up before the moving platforms in the lava, on the final little nubbin, do you know if it's room 1 or room 2? And then we can isolate it. Out of curiosity. What's up, Bongram? Room 2. Thanks for the stream. You are welcome for the stream. And I am happy to be back on this. I really like playing games, but I know that we can't do that forever. So this, I just did the shortcut, as you can see, and I'll show you what it makes easier and how much it skips. It's quite a lot. Speedrunners probably won't do it, but casual players will probably 100% want to do it. Going back home and quitting your job, I'm going to try to make my own shit. Well, if you want to make your own shit with anybody, let me know. So that's what that skip saves, or that shortcut. You don't have to do the lava fall. You don't have to do the platforming over here. You don't have to do this crazy jump. All you have to do is get to the lava fall and do some easy platforming and you're back at the fans. And I think that that is a very generous shortcut to unlock. Small time skip there. Locked in for first year and got a game dev job. Now I'll lock in for one more year and make a GOTY contender, surely. Hey, you never know. I think you will learn a lot. I think you will see the woes of completing a game and polishing it off to the point that it is acceptably playable by the average audience. That is something I underestimated too. Easy when you're just focusing on game design, I can say that. Too generous? No, it's not. I think it's fine. Started working when I started recording. I can still take a look because it might just be a weird interaction. Okay, so room 2, in the section where you climb up before the moving platforms in the lava. Okay, so in here. On the final little nubbin, if you aren't moving into the nubbin when you start the jump, it doesn't grab. So, okay, so there's one thing to note here. I think I know what the issue would be. As long as you are applying any input, your character will attempt to do the mantle, but I bet it's just not enough space. And I think I could just move it out a little bit. And it should be a lot better. What it does is it looks to... Okay, I can kind of draw it. When you're jumping up from here to here, it's going to hit this point and try to draw a capsule and that fits the player up there, but draw it far enough away from the wall and then do a downward trace from the center of that capsule to see if we can stand at that point. Otherwise, it's too, narrow of a platform and we shouldn't climb up to that. So I think what it was happening is that it was considering it too narrow, and this downward trace from the center of the capsule probably was having some trouble hitting. But it should be a little bit better now. I wasn't doing that trace before, but it would allow you to, climb up on these like tiny platforms that are poking out like this one here, if it hit just right. So I fixed that, but it might have ruined some things that were unintentionally working correctly. Yeah. Good note though. Hopefully it'll be better now with the new build that we put out. Time skipper removes the whole point of having to go through your first moving platform experience. No, you still have to do it once. You still have to do it because it's not there immediately. As you can see here. You have to get down here once, platform over to here, jump over, and succeed in this. Get up to here, and then you can go through here and do the shortcut enabling. And then if you fail after that, so we can push that, we can just die. Oh, hold on. Let's not die. I didn't unlock the checkpoint here. You get the picture. It'd be kind of annoying to enable that. Yeah. Yeah, you push the rock into the lava, which is just you press this button for now. And then that pushes the platform over. And into place. And then you can skip the lava flow. Speedrunners won't do this. Casual players will do this, or will want to do it. One of the ideas I was thinking that could help, but not like this. This is the, I don't want to put a checkpoint in here.
You can't spell Micro Raptor Games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
This gives you PTSD from when you were a Minecraft streamer. At least I played the Wii. At least I owned one. Just rather from the starter level to get to that point is too long for some players. If getting from here to here, which is probably about 7 minutes of jumping, is too hard for new players, this game is 100% not for them. I can tell you that, because that is not very difficult, and it's not going to get easier from there. Not all levels will be based around the player dying or have big pools of lava. Some are more puzzly. Some are more casual. You would smoke me on Wii Tennis. Dude, Wii Tennis is so much fun, isn't it? I should widen that, though, so it's a bit wider for the player's feet. Wii Bowling, dude. Wii Bowling was amazing. The Wii was a good console. It still is a good console. I was a bit scuffed. We still did it though. Another weird edge case thing you should consider, since the player is physical, sometimes if the player's head is hitting something, the face gets stuck. That is a camera issue, and we intend to completely rewrite our camera system. That's actually one of we'll be doing that like start of Monday or Tuesday at the latest. I fucking hate it. The camera sucks ass. It makes me very angry. I have nightmares about it. I can't get a hard on anymore because I think about the camera. My wife is about to leave me because of the camera. I'm tired of the camera. The camera should die. The camera can go kill itself. We are gonna change it. Yeah, it's my biggest pet peeve right now is this stupid ass camera. It's not good. We're gonna fix it though.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
Very accurate. We'll write this guy a good camera. Dude, I hate the camera. I think it's also just like, it's gonna be a real challenge because we're doing this in third person. We add some sort of skill check mechanic that makes you climb faster. Maybe. Maybe. TBD. These should be wider too. Beat IK are weird on that. You play Apex? I've never loaded up Apex Legends. Or Overwatch. Or whatever else the kids are playing these days. $39.4C fever, 6 out of 5 stars, would wake up again. Jesus. Please get better. Eat some soup. Lots of rest. That jump is too far. can fix that platform though. It should be far enough that you need to time it, but not far enough that it feels weird. And that one just feels a little bit weird. We recently switched our platforms over from regular timed platforms to ones that sync as you stand on them. And it kind of messed up the timings of some of the placements. We just gotta fix that. In Apex, there used to be a movement tech where if hold on. You slide right as you reach the peak of a mantle, you would excel fast in the forward. Oh my god. I gotta not read chat when I do that. I was like, oh, I have time. Oopsies. I died at 422. What a time. You do not need to do 2 attempts to learn the timing. I will show you exactly why you don't need to do 2 attempts. And why there is specifically this weird looking long ass boy here. That's why you don't need to do 2 attempts. Working with camera on my current project too, and it gets really messy. You can figure out some good heuristics using a bunch of raycasts, but it's really heavy in linear algebra. Really encourage you to ask GPT for help if you're stuck. I'm gonna try to do it without it. Resend you my suggestion, I'm warning you. About what? Here's how you know did good with this game. My chronic precision platformer issue exists. What is it? Okay, hold on. Or if you slide right as you reach the peak of a mantle, you would excel fast in the forward direction. It wasn't intended, but they updated the game and made it a legitimate skill check you can do now to get that momentum. That's pretty cool. Yeah, something like that could be interesting. I'm not sure though. I have to think about that. I like it being a skill check because it really only rewards, it's not something that you have to do, and it just rewards people who are getting good at it and want to like speedrun like crazy. It doesn't exactly align with my desires. Let's see. Get too cocky, make dumb decisions like jumping from a down ramp directly into... Wait, you don't mean... Which one? Was it over in the optional? Oh, I thought you meant here. I put a really, really nasty thing here where that you can't see that I cut it out. And it's right at the end of the level. And it's just like, oh! I love that one. I'm keeping that one. Be good for the speedrun side of it because more time loss in speedrun will literally be from mantling. Yeah, I think so too, Sean. I agree with that. It's a little bit slow. I'm gonna try to speed it up at the very least because then it kind of rewards everybody, but I don't think your idea is bad at all. In fact, I think it's very good. Just something I have to consider. All I heard was scope creep. It's a little bit, but it's something that we can, you know, investigate while in early access. Just gotta see. On the intended route after the 3 pillars into a down ramp, room 2. Intended route after the 3 pillars. Oh, in this one? 3 pillars. Where are there else 3 pillars? Oh, you just walked off of this? Pretty fun. Okay, that's pretty funny. Yeah. Oh, I needed to fix one thing here too. This jump is a little bit too annoying. Jumped way too early. I do that too. I have a stream section where you watch world record on popular games and just react to them. I cannot wait to see world record attempts of Redlock. I think that I will literally stop developing the game and get super addicted to just watching people fail and laughing at all the little tricky spots that I put in. and then getting angry and loading up the project to fix unintended glitches or something. There shouldn't be any points where you jump too early. When it happens on spacebar down, not on spacebar released. And it's pretty forgiving too, so we can like super slow down the game. Maybe it's a little bit too slow down. That is really slow. By the way, if you accidentally press tab, just press tab again, you'll go back to normal speed. There is a super slow-mo in the game. It's pretty forgiving even there when you like step off. We can still jump here even, as you can see. The jump is relatively forgiving if you're even stepping off with one foot. Sells well first week, you can have a world record hunt on the game. I thought it'd be really cool to have some like rewards or merch we could send out to people who get speedrun records and stuff. I don't know. I want to keep the community engaged in the game and just make sure that there's lots of options for people who want to go super hardcore with the game and people who want to be a bit more casual. Do I tick for mantle? I am ticking for mantling at the moment. Since it gives the most updates. Keep jumping fast, same section, jumping way too quick. That's really funny because I have a lot of people who commented that it didn't feel like they were actually jumping when they were jumping. So they had the opposite claim. Personally, I think it's just that they are getting used to the tech. People are gonna find ways to abuse that. That's fine. Is it not? Should I not have mantling on tick? Change it, I will abuse it, okay. What, like lower or higher frame rates or something? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's fine. Doesn't matter. You're not gonna tell me. Shut the fuck up. I mean, if anything, playing on higher frame rates will just give you a slight advantage. I just want to make sure people are receiving a stable 60 on our minimum specs. That's very important to me. And then we'll just balance it around a 60 because I don't play with VSync off. So as long as I'm getting 60 and everything seems fine with mantling, I'm happy. People getting higher frame rates should be just fine. If we want, we can desync that and we can do it on like a time skip, but I don't see a reason to do that right now. It runs an FPS, so like there will be sections where you want your game to check for ledges faster, but there will also be cases where you might want to be able to lower FPS to like 20 and mantle clip walls. I don't think that'll be possible because we run all of the mantling checks on the same in the same function, so I'm not sure. Use delta for movement. Unsure. It's whatever ALS is, if you're familiar with ALS. But I think ALS is not... I don't think we have anything tied to frame rate right now. I had to make our hazard system run on a fixed time step. Because I realized that ticking was very much breaking that. But we made our own, basically, super light gas for damage over time. And that is running on 5 ticks per second. 6 time step. Gotta find another skip. The only skip that there's one that I'm nearly 100% sure that you can do. And then there's one that is kind of the easier way of doing it. But I'm pretty sure it's possible to jump from here over to that crystal that's right in front of my head. It's not easy to do though. But it's a little bit faster than jumping to the crystal to the side. It's a time skip within a time skip. I just grab the ledge. You might be able to. I think that your head gets hit. It's a pretty far jump from there. Because you can also just jump over to here. And then just jump over. Oh, you don't mean up to there? Is this on new build? No. Maybe. I don't have hazards on the new build or the shortcut. Last new build I made was before all this. But I didn't change this crystal at all. Actually, could you just jump from up here to here? Oh yeah, you shouldn't be able to do that, but that doesn't really save any time. In fact, you might waste more time mantling than if you just jump from here to here anyway, so. That is a time... What's the opposite of a time skip in the speedrunning community? Time waste, I guess we could say. A time slow. Time loss. Oh yeah, that would be perfect. Is that back vault? Technically, but it would still be in front of the player, so that's tech. Could we utilize that for anything? It would still do the traces in front of the player. You swear that's faster. What, than jumping forward? There's no way. Yeah, I mean, if anything, it would be like milliseconds. Can you imagine, though, if the speedrunning strat is to jump backwards but then turn around for mantles? If that were true, I would absolutely not fix that. And it would be the most insane, autistic speedruns in the history of speedruns. It would be like Half-Life speedruns. Or Portal. We use the safe strat here for a time loss, but we'll get it for sure. Time loss. I don't think it is. You definitely can't climb up from jumping backwards. But you could do that. But I'm pretty sure that jump is possible. But I don't think it would be... I don't know if it would be faster than just jumping over to the crystal. Unless we sped up the mantling animation. Which we might. Main thing that is going to get optimized is mantling, canceling wherever possible. If you even can cancel the mantle. I think the mantle that you do when something is really low is faster than the one that you do if it's higher up. So like this is slow versus not this one. I don't know why it triggers that one. There should be one that's like, yeah, like that. I think that is faster. %, that's got to be faster than doing that. Really hard to guarantee though, because it's just so specific. I don't know why that doesn't occur here. The downward trace should absolutely hit it. Let me check that. Looking weird to me. Remember 64-16 Star World record? Maybe. I watched a couple of those back when they were doing them at GDQ. Where's my character? Oh, it's not here. In the base. This is my mantling tech. Most of it being completely custom. I'm very proud of this, and it works very well. I want to find a flaw and abuse it, but there would be some. Let me try drawing persistent on the mantle check. This is not the tick one though, but the tick one only runs while you are holding input in the air. Kind of weird because it is showing a hit. No, it's the white capsule trace, I think. No, it's not. We don't care about the momentum of the player for the mantling. I'm curious why this is... Like, we can see the hit. Everything looks successful. Let's see why it's failing. Try to trigger it here. We'll see where it's exiting out. Oh, hold on. Here. I wonder if it's the walkability check. It's a very weird. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I will let you know. I probably have to add it on Monday, or I'll add it over the weekend or something. False on the initial overlap. On our black one. I wonder if we are hitting the... I wonder if we're hitting the top. I bet we are. We're hitting the top, not the side. What height am I wanting to do for that? Because at a certain point, we can just walk up there. So it has to be where we can't walk up anymore. What height are we doing that at? Bum, 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 bum. Max ledge height, min ledge height. Find that. Go to section 3 for now. I'm going to call it there and get back to warframing for the time being, but it's feeling good. Thank you for that. We have a long way to go. This is only like day 31 of development. So we got a lot to fix up, a lot to tweak up, and then we can, polish it all off at some point too. But thank you for playing it. And if you ever get back to it and you finish it up, definitely give me a screenshot of the final stats. So I can see like how many times you died, whether or not you did the optional objective, how long it took. We have a very wide range. I'm learning, since this is my first precision platformer that I'm ever designing, I'm learning there's a massive range in the timings that people are taking with this. Some people are taking like 5 hours and not beating it. Some people are beating it with, under an hour. It's a nightmare to balance properly. Absolute radius half. Really just the settings. Mantle trace settings. Which ones are these? These are being set as a local variable. Being pulled in. Probably the grounded trace settings. Max ledge height min 50 to 250. Fifty. Okay, give me a cube. Give me another cube. That's the minimum. Or it says it's the minimum. But clearly this would fail. Oh, it succeeds. Wait, really? No, it fails. You're just watching the state of play? I have to take a look at that. Well, it's getting the average of those two. 52, 50, that's 300, so it would have to be 150 for the minimum height. Okay, let me check that then. Yeah, but that's way too high. It's not 150. Definitely not where we're launching it from. I think it's the adjustment that I'm doing. based on the height of the... I think it could be lower for the start. The start point. Try 50. These are very dangerous numbers to tweak right now. It's not even telling it to use the right animation either, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, see, that's too low. Metal Gear Solid 4 is coming to PC? Oh, damn. Darwin's Paradox. What is Darwin's Paradox? What kind of game is that? If I could make the capsule half height, a bit smaller. It's the forward trace radius. Doesn't look like 30 though. It feels way larger than that. Unless the falling trace is larger or something. Cartoony platform, but the animation and camera work is fantastic. He plays an octopus. Octodad? You guys remember that game? Hmm. 0 to 110. Let's make a mark of where this point is actually working. Like here. Okay, that was good there. Let me try -30 with a... I'm just gonna fuck with the half height and make it 15. Yeah, that half height does not work well. Not far enough down either. The start point. Hmm. It's better. It is better. We need it to be about... Where's the point where the player stops being able to walk up on this? About here. And the player isn't doing that because the downward trace does not go down far enough. That's another dangerous one to check. Apart from the camera snapping, which we know is really annoying. It is improved. Ooh, you know what? Maybe the character did change it here. Where's the defaults? Where's our mantling? Where's default? Does not show changed. Okay, what happens if we change the downward trace length? Instead of minus 45... Oh wait, that's our end. Well, it'll change the start and the end. Let me move this over here. That should remain the same order of operations. Double check it just to be safe. Just to be sure. Yeah, we're fine. Let's lower it by 10. Oh, I did minus 55. It's like, why is this so short? We're fine. We're good. $50. 55 too much. Yeah. I don't think I could get it better than that. That's pretty damn perfect. Why does that trace start so low into the ground? That's gonna cause problems. Because we're falling. Yeah, that's gonna cause problems. The black trace. Fine if you're right up against the wall. I don't think we're doing anything different though when we are falling. There's two different traces that occur. There's one that is when you actually press the input, and then there's one that occurs every tick while you are in the air. And that's for, like, you know, catching you if you're falling and you're trying to land on something. But it's almost like if you're in the air, it's starting that black trace way further down. Sometimes. Max ledge height minus min 200 divided by 2, 100. And a half height of 100 is pretty large. I'm worried about that clipping into the ground. Because it's fine on these it's fine on these cubes because it's not going to get back facing geometry. But if this were a more complex mesh, it could get
Mr. President,
bad geometry.
wake up.
And I think that's kind of the issue with it starting so low. Optimization is trash? Which one? Oh, the one you're playing? Darwin's Paradox? 36 FPS at 4K? What are your settings, though? Maybe it's just like a game that uses like some ray tracing or something. Without DLSS? Darwin's Paradox. Why does this look like Octodad? Is this from the same developers? No. Yeah, but I think it's very possible this... What engine is this in? We don't know. I think it's Unreal 5. Okay, so then it's probably using Lumen, if I had to guess. If they have global illumination and reflection settings, turn those down, and it will help massively. Shadows would be the next big one. Graphic settings are very basic. Probably have to fix it with any files then. Minimum is a 2060. Wow. Yeah, there's two things that tank it. Same with if you're running like TSR, you can turn that down. This game won't be a great one to show it on. But if we turn global illumination up to... That's the wrong one. Oh no, that's right. That's cinematic quality, which you should never put in a game. That's more like for rendering, but even the differences between... So this is how the global illumination looks on cinematic versus medium. You notice the graphical difference? Yeah, me neither. But it saves me like a millisecond on GPU time. Yeah, it's about 1 millisecond, pretty close to. And that's even with our super simple scene. But you'll see some developers put... package with high global illumination settings, which also are about just as bad. 5 and 4, pretty much no change. But then 4 to 3, that's where you start seeing savings. On 2, it starts to disable global illumination entirely. Or I think it's is it 1? Yeah, 1 is fallback, but we don't have any fallback implemented, so of course that looks a lot worse. But I like to keep global illumination on like medium quality. I think there's just a lack of understanding of what to kind of do here. But yeah, they should include DLSS. Reflections can be bad too. I don't think we have any reflections though in our scene. Nothing that would be noticeable. Yeah, no real changes. Shadows 2. We don't have a whole lot of shadows right now though. Oops. Well, that's the difference between TSR and TAA. Or no, our anti-aliasing method 2 is FXAA, I think. Not 100%. 3 is disabled. That's only for forward rendering. I think 1 is TAA. No, 1 is FXAA. 1 is FX. Looks worse, runs a lot better. You can avoid a lot of artifacting that way. 2 is TAA, about the same cost as FXAA, but looks better on non-motion static objects. 4 is TSR, which is our upsampling, which looks good but is expensive. Learning those is one of the best key ways to help optimize. Yeah, I think our mantling is better now. Before we could only get up to here, that was as far as we could mantle. Before it was just forcing you to jump. Now you can go up to here. Well, I don't know why the camera does that. I do know why it does that. That'll be fixed with our camera fixes. And then right to the left of that is where you can just normally walk up. Almost so. Pretty good. Hopefully that doesn't break anything in the rest of the level. I really hope not. We'll do some more testing to see. Ugh, optimizations. But I do think that's improved. Able to mantle odd heights is a nice touch when you notice it. Yeah. I mean, I think the basic ALS settings were very serviceable, but they definitely had problems. I don't think fit our needs. And there were a lot of issues that they weren't testing for that we test for. You know, things above your head. We automatically move things in the case of you like aiming at a wall. There's a lot of little tweaks here to make it so that when you aim at something that you think you should be able to jump up on, you will grab it. And hopefully in the right direction and everything. I might have to tweak the heights at which the animations play, but that's an easy fix. As long as we know we're mantling, we just need to tell it which animation to do. In 60, 70 now, max settings. What did you turn down? Out of curiosity. Because that'll help me know about if I'm right about the things to optimize or if I'm wrong. And if there's something sneakier. Or did you just lower the resolution? Oh, it's just the one scene? Okay. Yeah, some scenes can be nasty like that. You have to profile every scene that you go into. That's what QA testers do. They will run a full like playthrough of a level while profiling, and you'll have to just sit there and look for spikes. and then figure out what's causing the big spike. Is something loading in that shouldn't be loading in? Or maybe it's not loading in asynchronously. That's a fun part of game dev. And by fun, I mean it's very annoying and time consuming. It'd be cool if we put like a body up on here with an audio log. That'd be fun. There will be some stuff hidden around. Especially like building components, there might be some along the main path and then some along optional sections are hidden, you know, off the beaten path. And audio logs, we might do the same thing with that too. And neuro tags. We'll see. For now, we just want to focus on like the main pathway and time skips for speedrunners, because both of those are pretty key to our demographic of what we're trying to aim for our market. But then beyond that, we can say, okay, now maybe there's like a little, you know, walking platform out here with a body and an audio log or something, or maybe something up here that you can get to when you finish the level before you move on to the next one. Maybe something at the bottom of the elevator, you know, stuff like that. And that will add some playtime for the casual players. Give them something to explore. Level 1 was easy. I think we could expand upon level 1 a bit more with some of the mechanics that you might find in level 2. I don't disagree that I think level 2's difficulty spike is harsh. I'm okay with some of that. But we just need to tweak it further. And that will be the intention of the next few months. Is just gathering feedback, slowly adding in new things, gathering new feedback based on the new things. I just tweaked mantling today. I think it's better, but it might break some things. So the new build will be very interesting to see if there's anything that was working before but is broken now. Yeah, level 2 is like in Elden Ring when you see the tree sentinel. Oh, you know, you have to fight the tree sentinel in this game, so I think level 1 can be expanded and lengthened. 100%. When we start meshing, because Rex is working on the... I wasn't pressing forward at that point. That is one of the things. If you are not providing any input, or you don't press space, one of the two, you won't mantle. So it's not automatic. But if just hold like the forward button and your character will grab where he needs to grab. And that's basically the trick to it. You don't have to press space. Although I always do it just in case. Why not? Yeah, I do it just in case too, because it's like, well, if it can't hurt it, it can only help it. Yeah, it feels okay. We'll get testing on the new parts though. And then on Monday, I think what we can do is we can continue to add in hazards up until the third room. Very basic, nothing too hardcore. And we'll get a feel for how that all plays. The game has an MGS collab part. I think this demo was made just for it. Maybe. You want to finish level 2? I already played it today. Let's get the hazards done. Once we get the hazards in, I'll do a full run through the game again. Because it's good practice for me, and it's just better to verify that everything is working the way it should. Especially after the mantling changes. But the plan for level 1, or I shouldn't say level 1, for room 1, because this is all level 6. This is one level, and we have 3 rooms. But the plan is up until quarter 2, so that'll be April, start of April. The only thing we need to have done is level 1 meshing. That's it. Or room 1 meshing. Damn it, now you got me fucking it up. So just this, we're gonna mesh out the way that it should be for the final game. And we're gonna see how it feels, how it looks with shading. We're not gonna do any texturing on it yet. And once we feel like that's pretty good, we're gonna start on room 2 for meshing. Gonna mesh you out. This should be easy. This is literally just like rocks, crystals, some ledges, and that's literally about it. We might even be able to start doing that now, but you and I have to call after I get home. Watching run through is fun. I want to see other people's. Yeah, me too. If we get to a point of updating these changes into a playable build, we can play that. Would be great. I'll stream it, but more importantly, play it. For sure, I will make a new build when I finish up the hazards and restoration stations. For sure, I will do it then. And then we'll make a new build once we get the new camera in, but that will be question mark amount of time. I have no idea what to expect with that. Stuff you are in the middle of that would be adding to anyways. Once I get done with the hazards, and I need to make like a really basic pickup for building components because I want the player to collect them, I can make a new build with that, and the new thing that happens after that would be the camera system. Hazards right now are done. They just don't have any visuals to them, so they are entirely, you see like the capsule. But you know, this is supposed to be like a radioactive crystal, so we need some like particle effects coming out of it. That's something we can do much further in the future. We don't have to worry about that now. Save after closing the game? Not for right now. We won't do a save. We can add that into the future. Yeah, sessions. There should be a way to cheat. Let me find out, see if I can find the... Not debug camera. I'd have to ask Kotspur. Kotspur would know. I don't think there's a no clip or clipping. I have to ask Kotspur. He would know. Skip through levels. I can do it. I gotcha. Why is there 20 on that one, 20 on this one, but it's not 20? Don't be a bitch. Dropping shadows from high to medium. Yeah, shadows and GI are going to be the biggest like hits to a lot of Unreal games, especially if they're using Lumen. It's using Lumen. The lighting is very good. It probably is. That's the heaviest, most expensive thing to run on Unreal 5, unfortunately. But if you drop global illumination and reflections to both medium, you'll have really smooth sailing, and you won't notice very much of a difference at all. Because if you set it to max settings, it might be setting it to something really high. No GI option. Is there like a Lumen option? Anything that sounds like it might be Lumen? Why would they do that? Let's implement the most expensive thing that the engine has to offer into the game and force it on by default, but then not give you the options to make it better. You know what other game did that? Borderlands 4. And we all know how that game ran. Alright, so Paxion, newest build that you'll get on like Monday or Tuesday, I don't know when. Unlock all checkpoints. Does that work? Sir, AA texture, shadow, view distance, reflection, post-process, visual quality. That's weird. Reflection would help a little bit. You could turn that to medium. Visual quality, maybe. Maybe. Because I don't believe there's any scaling for visual option. I don't know what they mean by that. Oh, visual effects. Okay. Yeah, you'd probably have to force it through console commands or any files. I can't believe I did that first time today. This is such a hard time skip to make. That one's so tough to do. Yeah, hopefully we can fix our camera problem. I do like the camera being snappy. But we'll probably have to introduce a little bit of camera lag to make it look better. That's annoying. I mean, I don't know how to fix that because it just is what it is. Oh, we are not worrying about that. The reason there's noise is because there are 0 lights in this scene right now. And so we are just relying on the final scene capture from Lumen to take the emissiveness. It's very cheap. It's a very, very cheap way to get lighting, but as you can see, it's fucking noise city in this level. It's absolutely horrible with the noise. But it's fine. Oh, do you mean the... You don't mean Lumen noise, do you mean the audio desync? Which one do you mean? I have 2 noise issues right now. Oh, the Lumen noise. Okay, okay. Yeah, we aren't worried about that right now. I'm glad it doesn't bother you for now. It really bothers me, and it's gonna be something that people would complain about. It's just rather than like add in a whole bunch of lights and try to get the scene looking good from that perspective, it's easier just to throw a couple emissive, you know, these big box lights in place and just call it a day for the moment. But once we go through all the levels, yes, then we will be, you know, setting up actual proper lighting. We just want to be able to iterate upon the levels fast. That makes sense. Okay. Mantling, tweaks. Adding in basic shortcuts. Continuing with hazards. I'll have to make a new branch for tomorrow where we're just continuing to place hazards. Or not tomorrow, but for Monday. Okay, I'm pretty good for today. I think that's where I'll call it. I have to get home anyway because Rex and I need to talk about art. And get that resolved before the weekend comes. But I'm glad we finished Neo. Not that I'm glad that the game ended, but rather it's better for our development.
I swear to God, if you open up Cauldron Chronicles one more time, I'm going to send Delta Force.
Don't use sonic weapons on me, Trump. I'm glad that the game didn't take like 3 weeks to finish or something like that. But it's cool that the game actually has like a well thought out New Game Plus, so I was really happy with that. But we're back to full-time development here for the next 2 weeks, or 4 weeks. Up until Crimson Desert comes out, I still do not know if I'm going to play Crimson Desert. Especially after I just had to spend a lot of money on our website, but see. We'll see. We will see. It looks like it'll be a fun game, but the story is probably going to be very boring. Yeah, Neo was fun. I actually liked the story of Neo. I really liked the story. It wasn't anything to write home about, but it was not bad. It wasn't distracting. I don't know how else to put it. Yeah, I don't know how to feel what Crimson does. I'm specifically staying away from the clips. The clips do, like, some of the clips I've seen look really cool. I don't know. I gotta look into it. I feel like it might end up being one of those like Dragon's Dogma 2 kind of games where it's like, okay, this is really cool for gameplay, and the story is absolute dog ass. To the point where I don't know if I'll care. I don't know. It might be better if we skip it. I'm probably going to skip Digital Dragons this year too, but I haven't decided yet. I have until March sometime to cancel my hotel, so I don't know yet. But I might skip it just to save money. Which will kind of suck, but it is what it is. We for sure will be playing the new Lego Batman. I can tell you that. That looks fun. Muniz, thanks for the raid, but I'm just about to quit.
Stream with 10 viewers.
Hey, how about we gotta keep the train going forward. Let's raid somebody for today. I was just about to get off. I do apologize for that. But thank you for the raid either way. You're not. I have to pee. I have to eat. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I have to have a call about our beautiful corner. I appreciate the raid, really. Thank you.
Daddy.
But let's send you to someone else. And maybe Muniz, if you want to help me find somebody to raid, we can do it. What was that pick? Don't worry about it. Oh, we could go to Stevie Ray Drawn. She's streaming Unreal, making a horror job sim in deep space. Let's go there. Let's go do that. I will see you guys Monday. All right, I'll see you guys Monday. Peace. Again, Muniz, thanks for the raid. You have a lovely day too, and have a lovely weekend, all of you people. Have a lovely weekend. I'll see you guys on Monday. Let's go raid. She's not even there. I think she's on a break. All right, guys. See ya.